just sick and tired of it because you did pay. Well, then that's not his problem. He is always okay. She blame me for finish. No, because I'm not doing that. Okay. Mm, let me see here. What's up, guys? What's up? What's going on? I hope everybody's doing well and feeling well. I got some stuff to talk about today. We got some stuff to talk about. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, got a lot to talk about today. What's up, Danielle? Berry Sport? What's going on? AFK LOL. Thank you for the likes. What's up, OG? Uh, let's see. And there are some days that when you gotta deal with people And people are very frustrating to deal with. And at this point, you have to deal with some people that they only care about. I mean, we live in a world where, or in a country where all people care about is money, money, and more money than they care about health and other well beings, especially those around them. And there are times where when things get really, really tough, it's times where you can't always do things by yourself. There are times where you're going to need help. There are times that you're going to need somebody to help you out, especially with the kind of economy that we living in today. But we have Americans that sit here, and the moment you talk about leaving America and going to another country, they always want to talk about or try to defend America, a country that doesn't care about you or your well being. Prices are going up, and the list goes on and on and on. It is sad that not only the government doesn't care about you in a country that you live in, but you have a lot of Americans that are oblivious to what's going on. They have selective hearing, a selective mindset, and it's getting to the point where now you have your own flesh and blood families that will abandon you and never talk to you again and leave you stranded in a whole nother new area that you barely know anything about. Took you away from everything that you know, that you grew up around, into something that you're not even used to. Telling you you got to start figuring out what you're going to do. You got to figure out what type of bills are you what bill you going to pay. You got to start figuring out where you going to live. Find you somewhere to stay. And it's usually to black men that we get this. We get done this to. I don't see other races of people doing that. And it's sad. And even then, what's going on? Uh Opo, I don't know how to pronounce that, but how you doing, man? Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the love. And it is getting so tough. When you tell people something, it's almost like they act as if like you didn't say anything at all. They just expect something to just come out of thin air. So today, I didn't get it. I went to sleep around 3 o'clock because I was working on another channel. Usually, I post gaming videos on my other channel, but it's getting more harder and harder as time goes by. And basically, I woke up and the crazy landlord sends me a whole, you know how women, when they go on a tangent, they'll send you a whole chapter one essay. They'll write a whole book over text messaging and expect you to sit there and read all of that. So I woke up to a text message. Now, she kept asking me about the money. Okay, so here's what happened. So I work in retail, $17 an hour. And I work part-time because that's the only job that I had that got to me. And living in Alaska, there's not really many good job opportunities here. People talk about the slope, but it's a slim chance that you'll be able to go up there. People say, oh, they'll pay for your housing, they'll pay for free internet and all this other stuff, but not a lot of jobs up there, from what I've researched, offers that type of um predict they offer that type of benefit. A lot of jobs here are on hiring freezes. They don't really have many jobs here because Alaska is considered a tourist state. It's not really a state where you can just try to easily find work. Whereas in other states, they have opportunities. But then again, who wants to enslave themselves to another job? So I paid the landlord left over from the rent from last month that I owe her, trying to do what is right. But then I communicated with her in person and I told her that I'm $100 short because I normally pay her 350 because my rent is 600 a month. And I usually pay her half and then half, another half, due to it being late. Which I didn't mind paying a late fee at all, period. So yesterday morning, I told her, I said, look, this is for last month's rent left over. I get paid next week, Thursday. And I will pay you half of the 600 that I owe you for this month. Next month, which is next week, on the 2nd of July, which is on a Thursday, I'll pay you for the other half. And then from there, I'll be caught up, and all I got to do is focus on the rent for July. At least that was the plan. And this is what I told her. So I wake up today. I think it was around like 1:30 in the evening, or 1:25. 1:35 approximately in the evening. And I get a text message from the crazy landlord herself. She starts rambling and basically telling me that she's gonna have me to live in the garage with her son. Then she tells me she can't have me on the couch in the hallway because she's trying to sell the house this month, next month, right? So then she's telling me, giving me options and ultimatums and telling me, either you can find a place to go or you can go live in the garage or you're just gonna have to move out because I need somebody who's gonna pay on time, right? Forgetting the fact that we're living in a economy right now where our hours are being cut and we're barely scraping to get by. And she then blames me for her other problems about how she has to pay her contractor because they're fixing on the cabin back there because another roommate damaged with $200 worth of stuff. So she said. And my thing is, she had another roommate that's been here for 3 months and has not paid a single dime of rent. Now, when I spoke with the landlord about this, she told me that she was caught up on the rent, or so I thought. Then, on top of that, when I asked her about it again, she was like, no, she didn't pay me. She just paid me $100 and $200 there. I mean, if she's 3 months behind and she just paying you this and that here and there, versus, you know, I told her that I was $100 short to pay her for 350 for this month because I had to pay my cell phone bill. That was almost 3 months behind because I was so focused on paying her. Then she tells me, well, just buy as much food as you can and stretch your dollars. How am I supposed to do that? That's easier said than done. So I communicated with her in hopes that she would be more understanding. She tells me that the other roommates, they won't get paid until Monday. It's the weekend. She's saying that she got to pay her contractors and she's trying to sell the house and she's got to pay that too in July. But the thing is, it's like we got another week in June before June is over with. What's up, Jalen? Welcome to the chat, my friend. Yeah, she is crazy, OG. She is crazy. Like, can you not see what's going on? Then she tries to blame me for basically her pet. She got a dog, right? Saying that she can't give her any dog food just because she claims that I didn't pay. Okay, what happened to the $150 that I gave you? You could have used that to pay for your food for your dog. So then she tries to blame it all on me, saying because I didn't pay. But she kept on pressuring me for last month's rent. Now she's pressuring me for this month's rent. Even I communicated with her and I told her what my plan was. I even told her when I was going to pay her. and get the money. And the thing is, it's like she's trying to get me to go into the garage with her son. Or to go find somewhere else to stay. Now, how I ended up here, so are you the only? Yes, I am. But it's not really so much as that. It's just that all she cares about is money. Point blank, period. Because she does other people like that too, black or not black. We had a military guy that was here, and me and him were talking. Non black guy, he was a white guy. And he told me that she tried to squeeze more money out of him. He kept telling her when she was gonna get her money. And even told me that she said that he was the first one that paid, even though I paid, and she told me that same thing. And I told him that, well, she was just saying, making it seem like you weren't paying her anything. And he said that, well, I can't believe she would say that I didn't pay her nothing. So he packed his stuff and got out. But I feel like she's harassing you more because of your color. Yeah, that's pretty much about the sound of it. Because I don't think she does anybody else like that. I honestly don't. And also because I'm in the, I wouldn't say it's the cheapest room in the house, but to her, I'm in the cheapest room in the house. And she is trying her best. Well, she hasn't really been like this before. So all of a sudden, she just, you know, going crazy. And the thing is with this landlord is she's putting all her eggs into one basket. She's so bent on trying to sell the house. And she said if the house don't get sold, she said that she was going to turn it into an Airbnb. She's going to have people upstairs paying $85 per night and the people downstairs to pay $75 per night. Then she mentioned about another roommate that he bought an apartment in a different area in Alaska that was 900 a month. And he was like, she was like, I don't understand why she would want to go there. Why he want to go there? It's dangerous there. I'm like, why do you care? All you care about is his money. You don't care about his well-being. And that's the thing with these landlords. All they care about, like I said, is the bottom line. They don't care about working with people. Now, there was a time when I did pay half and paid the other half. She texted me one day I think it was last year, and said that that wasn't working for her. So now all of a sudden she was like, you could have just paid me 350, but I just communicated with her that I was gonna pay her that next week on Thursday. Because I get paid every week. And starting August 20th, I'm going to be leaving this place. I had all I could stand from this person, and she was like, well, just name me a landlord that will let you pay half, let you do this and that, and have internet. Well, I'm pretty sure there probably are a few landlords that are understanding. I'm pretty sure that there are landlords that have common sense to know you don't put all your eggs into one basket. You look for other ways to make money, not other ways to manipulate people into giving you more money. Because that's what she's doing. So I'm going to be going to Minnesota, another state, a place where I'm still going to be doing YouTube, hopefully, if I get some practice. Because I'm just looking for a room, so hopefully I'll get some privacy to do that. And for the most part, hopefully I can find a better job that I can work until my channel blows up. Then I can do this full time. But right now, I have to keep some income coming in until then. And I do have other places where I can, well, get sales, but still figuring out other ways. And that's the thing in life. You got to figure out other sources of income because there's no guarantee that the income will last for very long. Then she tells me that her car broke down or she needs her truck to be fixed. But all that money she had, she could have gotten it fixed already. And then the fact that she bragged, as we heard in the other audio, that her husband makes 185,000 a year. Why is he not helping her? Or is she even really married in the first place? She told me one time that her husband was taking care of his mother that is unsteady and unstable. Then later on, she changed the story from that to he packed his bags and left the house because he didn't want to waste any resources on another man's seed. But that doesn't make any sense. If he's married to you, if he invested money to get your son back through court and everything else, then why would he just pack up his bags and leave? There's some holes in that story that she ain't telling. I spoke that about a friend of mine's on the phone, and she told me that that doesn't really make any sense. Something ain't adding up. So she's like she's telling people various of stories. Not that it's any of my business to begin with, but so she talked about that. Then she wants to blame me for, oh, well, my puppy can't get her favorite food because you didn't pay. Well, even though I communicated with her and I told her that I would pay her next week. Yeah, she is a nut job. She is schizophrenic, crazy, and paranoid. And she really needs help. And I'm starting to think that is the reason why. It could be the reason why he left her. Because she was crazy. Yeah, she is. She's crazy. So so that's what I'm gonna do. I should be getting some money left over from my financial aid, and that should cover me to where um that will help me, and then I'll stay at the job I'm at, and I'll continue to work that to build up a little bit of extra. Probably sell some stuff here and there, and I'm just moving out. Alaska's just not really a place. I mean, you can live here, but when it comes to working a job and living here, it's impossible because it is a tourist state and it's not really designed really to it's not designed for people to live here like you would do in any other state because there's not many job opportunities. And even though there's jobs in the slope, there's a slim chance that you can get up there because most of those jobs requires experience. Most of those jobs requires experience. And now she just she's just putting herself in these situations. And you know, as far as family, since us as black men, we get told that family shouldn't have to support us. They both abandoned me in a whole nother state. Now, regardless of color, we all know that females get more sympathy. And that's what the crazy landlord is doing. She'd have let this lady stay here for 3 months with no rent, barely paying rent. And then when it comes down to me, it's a whole different other story. And then she's still going around calling people broke, forgetting the fact that we're living in a screwed up, fucked up society and the economy is fucked up. And yet, and still, which goes back to what I said earlier, live stream, they're just very naive. They don't care about what goes on in their own country. They just care about is the next dollar that they're gonna get. And I'm pretty sure she hasn't even worked a job in years, in years, in years. And it's just ridiculous. She even got people living in tents out in the backyard. Everything. And for somebody to act this way, I don't really see how she's able to how she's and is she gonna thank me for not being a bitch to her? But you're being a bitch to me. Tried to communicate with you. I tried to tell you like, stuff is going on. Like what am I supposed to do? Just forget about my phone bill altogether? It's crazy. I'm telling you, the only thing you're doing in America is working to pay bills. And it is ridiculous. Yeah, she is a nut job. She doesn't want to do anything. But just mark my words, on August 20th, I'm no longer going to be in Alaska anymore. I was trying to prolong it out to get my dividend fund because that I won't even get that until October. Now when in October, I'm not sure. But all I know is I get it in October. And then, she telling me there's only gonna be $1,000, which I don't really see the point in signing up to get dividends if it's just gonna be $100. But you know, Unfortunately, the oil revenue is down to like 40-30%. So it ain't looking too good. So that's probably why they got it at that price. And of course, I'm doing this trying to get this monetized, which is it's gonna take a while, but we'll get there. But it just seems like though that she only picks on me than she does other roommates. And I'm the only black guy. We had another black guy that was here. She didn't give him any problem because he was a teacher, he used to be in the military, and he was paying her on time and all of this stuff. But then she starts treating me a certain way, even after I told her about my situation and what was going on. And now she just comes and sends me a whole wall of messages as if like I haven't said anything. But you have another roommate that stayed here for 3 months and ain't paid anything, and then barely paying anything. She just doing stuff illegal. And then she talks about her dog, saying, "Oh, because I gotta feed her table food and stuff because you didn't pay." Okay, well that's not my problem. You should have like she's just blaming stuff on me, making it my fault when it's not really my fault that your dog don't have any food. And then she complained about the dog, talking about all she does is bark, tear up stuff. I just want to get rid of her. I'm like, have you ever thought about like giving her away to somebody that will take care of her? You know what she told me? In Alaska, black dogs are not accepted. That's a lie. That's not true. I've seen so many people with black dogs, poodle dogs, that are black. It's like every solution, she always makes excuses for it. And she says that she's sending somebody. She didn't say when she was going to do that, but she said she was going to send somebody over to look at the room, talking about she got to have the money. But you just sent somebody in $1,000 room, barely paid yet. She is crazy. Like I said, that's why I call her the crazy landlord, because she crazy. Because I didn't just come and take a 19-hour flight to come over here just to stay into somebody's garage. I'm not doing that. And if you don't want me in your house anymore, then you could have just said that. But I'm not going to be staying in nobody's garage. That's not, that's, no. And I paid her a deposit, but she can probably keep that because she need it more than I do. Then she talking about she got um and she has been a thorn in my side since I started staying here. And I'm just tired of it. But you got a female that stayed in this house for months and months and haven't paid anything at all. And yet she gets on to me. It's crazy. And the thing is like she doesn't understand like our hours, jobs that we get, they're cutting our hours as we speak. She doesn't care about that. All she's all about is money, money, and more money. That's all she cares about. And then if you don't have that, she just throw you out on the streets. Then she gonna talk about, well, name me one landlord. It may not be here in Alaska, but I'm sure that there are landlords that can be understanding. And I think that there are probably landlords that have common sense to know that just relying on people paying you rent alone is not going to be enough. That you have to find another source of income. It don't all have to be a job. It can be YouTube, it could be social, it could be something. But people like the landlord that I deal with, they don't care about stuff like that. So I found another place to go, but it's in another state. And a charge deposit is like $615. And then the from what I'm read in the description, they're only asking for $600 a month. And this person has a master's degree in English literature. And this person is also a YouTuber. They got one person working part time. And it seems like a friendly environment. A lot friendlier than here in this place. This place is a prison. And it's like, I don't know if everybody else is going through this, but it just feels like being here, I'm walking on eggshells. Now, starting April, I had lost my security job because I got accused of sexual harassment and recording on site, even though I was using the company phone to do my job. Because you have to take screenshots of the layouts of the place, when you're patrolling. I paid her my last paycheck, even took out a loan of $800 that I'm still trying to work to pay that off. I took out a loan and I paid her 600 of that loan. And the remainder of that loan I took to get something to eat. Since then, I went 3 months without eating. And the only time it was from, yeah. And then when it got around May the 12th, that's when I started working again. 3 months without eating. I had nothing to eat. All I had was a bottle of water. All because I was making sure that I paid my rent on time. And she's trying to sell the house next month. This month ain't even over yet. And she talking about she gotta pay this, she gotta pay that. She just putting herself at a financial risk. But not that it's any of my business, but you know, she just. So that's pretty much what I'm gonna probably do. Because staying here is just not helping me at all. Do you know anybody? And no, I don't, but I know I know an address that I can go to reach out to the person that okay for the house or the I'm just only renting a room, so I'm not really trying to get a house or nothing like that. I know a few people that I've met that live in Minnesota, but at the same time, I used to have family in the state of Alabama, but they all exiled me. My grandmother passed away because she's the only person that actually helped me out. And so now I don't have nowhere to really go to. So yeah, I don't know anybody in Minnesota to be honest. I'm just going there looking for a room that I found on this website. I don't even know anybody else in the state of Alabama, and that's where I'm from. And the family that I do have, they're not even going to help me, especially my own flesh and blood father. And the only person that actually helped me was my grandmother, and she's no longer with me anymore. Yeah, yeah, it'll work itself out. Everything will work itself out. Once I get an income source coming in, that'll definitely help out. Because I can't just depend on just working a job. But these jobs ain't secure. Yeah, everything will work itself out. The sooner I get out of Alaska, the better. There's too many prejudiced folks up here, and then you got to deal with people, and all they care about is money. They don't care about nobody else. And that lady, she is a nut job. If she needs therapy, she needs help. Cause she ain't all the way there. Yep, I gotta go somewhere. Because the thing is, it's like right now, being in the situation that I'm in right now is not, it's getting worse. It is really getting worse. Let me see. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do this. Yeah, times is getting tough. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta. It would be different if I was just not paying at all and I wasn't putting any effort to do anything at all, you know. But you got people that they don't see it that way. I just know for a fact I'm not going to go sleep in nobody's garage because in that case I can keep my money in my pocket. I don't have to pay anything. I mean, if you got me living in a garage, no, I'm not paying that. Do you have any brother? I have a sister, but her and I don't get along. And my mother stays in California with my sister. And you know how that goes. And considering that her and I had different fathers, you know. Do you conversate with anyone there? You mean in Alaska or in Alabama? Do, 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 do. Okay. Yeah. Mm. Um, I mean, I conversate with some of the roommates there. You know, some of them were pretty cool and everything, but I conversate with the crazy landlord more than I conversate with everybody else in the house. And all she ever talks about is relationships, rich people, people that are on drugs, people that are broke, and all of this other stuff. As you heard some of the audio that I let you listen to, she, that's all she ever talks about every day. You know, I don't never hear anything about what her plans are and what she's gonna do. Because the only plans that she got is try to manipulate people into giving her more money. But I know one thing, I'm not going to be sleeping in nobody's garage. That's not nothing because if I'm doing that, then there's no point in paying you. Why would I need to spend money, my hard earned money, telling me how I need to find somewhere to go? Yeah, I'll find somewhere to go. Just let me work this job and let me save up as much money as I can and I'll get out of here. I'm sick and tired of her anyway. Then she got a I know I sound like a broken record, but then you got certain people here, especially somebody else to myself, don't you worry, Leona's next. Okay, I don't care about what you do with her because she should have been kicked out a long time ago. But you still having her staying there for so long and she ain't paid nothing. So she ain't never gonna be next. You just trying to kick me out. That lady ain't gonna be next. Not that I care, but I don't care if she's next or not. But I'm just saying, like, doesn't really, I don't really care about that. I'm not going to be uh picking up my stuff and moving. I'm not doing all of that because I plan on leaving anyway. So, because I'm sure that there are way better landlords, maybe few, that can be understanding and that can be willing to work with me and don't have all this crazy debt like she does. So I don't really talk to a whole lot of people in that house. I just listen to her jabber after I done gave her rent, and then I go on about my day. That's it. I already blocked her because I'm not gonna be listening to all of that. I ain't got time for that. Life is too short, and we're living in an economy right now where you ain't got time for that. Because I literally just communicated with her and I made it myself clear. So, and it's just like, now getting this whole ridiculous text. Like she ain't, like I haven't told her nothing. Hey, what's up, Kenzo Ishii? Welcome to the stream, bro. And then when you talk to people about stuff like this that goes on, you notice how people are never around. They shut themselves out. And then they look at it as, oh, you're just dumping your problems out on me. When you're really not dumping your problems, you're just talking about stuff that's going on. That's why using social media is a stress reliever because you can't talk to people no more. And if you can't talk to people no more, then what's the point in paying $500 to go to get a therapist to sit there and hear about your problems? They don't care about you. They'll just sit there and throw out random questions. Have you thought about harming yourself? When is the last time that you did this or that? When is the last time that you ever tried to, um, that you ever thought of any thoughts? And they just doing it but to get paid. They don't care about their clients. So if you got people that ain't gonna listen to you, what's the purpose of a therapist? They ain't gonna help you with nothing. They just gonna sit there and let you, you know, ramble and ramble and ramble for about 5 or 10, probably 20 minutes. And they ain't cheap. So as soon as I get the money I need, I'm out of here. And then it'll help me too, because I'll get my dividend. So that'll also help a little bit as well. And then I can just build up on it. Then hopefully if this channel get monetized, which it will, then more than likely I'll end up at least getting some income from YouTube. As of right now, no standstill. I'll be right back, guys. See you right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I tell you, man, these people, all they care about is money these days. Tried to find my mother on Facebook, but as usual, she vanishes. So she ain't nowhere to be found. I'm telling you, when it comes to these people, man, there's something else. And now, and I used to think when I first moved here, after my uncle kicked me out, I used to think, you know, why is it that people are coming and going? And after staying here as long as I have, now I can understand why. Mm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Give me some. Let's see. Mm, oh man, I can't even use. Mm, yes, we can play. We can play. Yeah, everything will be all right. This channel will soon be monetized. And I do enjoy doing live streams, communicating and interacting with people, and doing stuff with the audience and really talking about things. I'm just trying to think of some things I could do to make more. Um, but at the same time, I'm trying to keep it at a place where it doesn't steer away from what the channel is about, but just trying to keep it mellowed out. And for the likes, I appreciate the 4 likes, you guys. Appreciate the love and support. Um, but yeah, this is just a difficult time that I'm in right now. And and I'm just here to share this journey with you guys. I tried searching my mother on Facebook. She's nowhere to be found. When it comes to family, they're unreachable and they don't care. So it just kind of got me thinking, okay, well, now it's like everybody just dish you all together. Well, today you are seeing me experiencing that versus dealing with a landlord that's not really working with you, but just working against you. So when you factor those motivators together, a lot of the people here, they talk and everything. I try to stay to myself because so much drama goes on in this house. There's been fights going on upstairs and a whole bunch of other crazy mess. And a lot of the people don't even know that I'm even in this house. Not to mention that this landlord called me a fuck up and tried to get me to pay her own internet bill when she could have did it herself. Ate chips around the store that she didn't pay for. And the irony of that is during the time last year when I was applying for jobs, I applied to work as a security guard for the CCTV cameras at the same Target that she went around and ate chips in. What's your question, Isaac Green? And welcome to the chat. Oh, I see. But everything will be work itself out. And I'm pretty sure there are people that are watching this that are going through the same thing or something in correlation to that. Hmm. Smiley faces. And if I do, when I do leave, I probably won't be. Yeah, if you guys are coming in here being goofy, this is not what this channel is about. Now, if you coming in here just to lighten things up, that's fine, but we're not trying to deal with any goofy stuff here. This is about real life. Real things are going on. People are going through things, myself included. And we don't have time for people to play games here. So if you are here to ask questions, silly questions and stuff, you're going to have to go somewhere else for that. If you're coming here with Bible scriptures and all of that other stuff, go somewhere else with that. This is not a gospel channel. This is a channel where people can talk about real life experiences and people who can binge watch, binge watch, and really look at someone else's experience. People are going through things out here today, you know, and society is not making it any better. Okay, we're just making sure. We appreciate it. We just appreciate the likes and support. And ever since I stayed in her house, she has been giving me a hard time ever since I stayed here. You got some evil people in this world that care about themselves. So starting August the 20th, that's what I'm going to be leaving this place. I probably do shorts here and there, but hopefully I can find somewhere and get settled. And she's really crazy. I'm telling you, like a lot of people, they don't know how bad it's really getting until they have to go through it. Mm, mm. Hmm. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. I had like 5 likes and somebody unsubscribed from the 5 likes. I don't know what's going on. Mm-hmm. Yep. Dun, dun. Yeah. At least if I go to, I may not know anybody from a different state, but at least I can be in a different state knowing that, okay, at least I have some opportunities that I can go into rather than being in a state where there's barely any job opportunities, you know, because this is ridiculous. The hell is she doing restricted? Anyway, it's not like yeah. Well, we got Sunday. I just gotta wait until Thursday to get paid again. That'll be it. Mm, yeah, it's kind of sad. Yep. I'm definitely moving to another state. At least in another state, I'll have better job opportunities than up here in Alaska. Because up here in Alaska, it's not really a place. It's not really a place of see here. Let's see. Is your number start with 6? Uh, uh, just enough to be able to get started. It'll probably be, won't say on here, but it'll be a decent amount. Um, because I'm not really doing too much. Um, and I'm just moving to a different state. At least have enough money so that I can be able to get established. At least have some income coming in at the very least. But right now, I'm looking at some rooms here, and so I'm hoping to I'm hoping to looking at some rooms that I can rent from. So I'm waiting for anyone to. Oh, I don't never tell her that. Oh no, I don't never tell her anything. She doesn't even know that I booked a ticket on August the 20th. She doesn't know anything. And I learned that real quick. I've learned that real quick. I did tell her that I was homeless for 6 years and other stuff like that, but yeah, I'm not gonna tell her that. What I did tell her is I told her that I was going to a graduation ceremony and I was gonna be gone for 30 days. But she doesn't know that I'm leaving to go to another state. So Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I keep most of that stuff to myself. I don't tell people a whole lot of stuff. You know what they say? You can't let your left hand know what your right hand doing. Well, the fact that Zach, and I'm not trying to go back to that. Only so he could another stupid reason. Because just kicking it. Yeah, but see, white folks don't care about other. Well, she is trying to put me into her garage. She's trying to put me into her garage. She was trying to put me into her garage. She was trying to put me into her garage and to go and she needed someone to um but she has a Samoan she has a Samoan person living here for 3 months rent free. And shady schemes. She even had a Jamaican person living here for 4 months. For 4 months, I saved 7K. Last year. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. E4. Okay. Let's see. Hold on, guys. I'm actually talking right now to some people. So, told her that I would is until day next week. Well, it I also told her that my cell phone my cell phone and because I did not want yes, she has allowed me to do that before and before last year and told me that it helps. It helps. And yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, OG. I'm not doing that. I'm probably gonna sneak my way out of here. That's probably what I'm gonna do because my thing is, it's like, you know, that's crazy. Everybody in this economy is going through something. Now, I can understand if I was just not doing anything at all and I wasn't paying anything at all, but I'm sitting up here, at least I'm putting in the effort. But when it comes to these American folks, they don't care. They care about it's the bottom line, and that's it. So now I finally got a hold of my mother, and I'm telling her what's going on, which I don't like telling her all these things because, she's getting of age too. And I don't like putting a burden on her, but so I spoke to my mother, right? She claims to talk about paying weekly. I'm not paying her weekly. That is crazy. I'm only need to pay her 600. And then she told me, she said, well, you should go live with your uncle. And I'm just like, I'm not doing that. I'm not going back to a bunch of people. And then she was like, well, you know, I would rather deal with my own people than to deal with somebody else. I'm like, well, that ain't no different. You got white people that'll kick you out. Hispanic people will kick you out. Black folks definitely will kick you out on the streets. So it's really, at this point in time, race color doesn't really matter at this point. But I'm just not going back to move in with my uncle. I'm not doing that. So he can just turn around and look for some other reasonable excuse just to throw me out again. No, that have got me all the way up here in a whole nother state. I ain't even asked for this. And I'm pretty sure the people that are watching this are going through the same thing or similar with their families or living with somebody, not even knowing when they're going to kick you out. I mean, my thing is, it's like, I shouldn't have to, she was like, remind her to pay. I shouldn't have to remind her of that because I just spoke with her yesterday. Make it make sense. And it was telling me to move to Eagle River. But my thing is, it's like, there's hardly any jobs up there in Eagle River, just Walmart. And I'm not trying to like go all the way to Eagle River and then I gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta go all the way back. Like, that's not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't gonna work. And then taking an Uber, because Eagle River in Alaska, it's about, hold on for a second. Let me look this up. All right. So basically, distance between Anchorage, Alaska and Eagle River, Alaska is 16 point is 15.6 miles, which means, and I'm right, it is 20 minutes away. It is 20 minutes away from both places if you're going by car. And the drive could take occasionally up to 25 to 30 minutes going back and forth to Anchorage and Eagle River. And the fact of the matter is, that's a lot. That's a lot of miles to track. And Uber is not cheap. Because I remember taking the Uber when I had two jobs. I was going to Walmart and I was working at my security job. When I was at Walmart, the one in Eagle River, I had to take a Uber to go all the way there. Then I had to take a Uber to come back. And the buses that run back and forth, which is these city buses, they don't run on the weekends. And then they stop running after a certain hour of the day, even on the weekdays. So that's not going to work for me. It is just ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Be right back, guys. Restroom break. She didn't say. Notice. She didn't say. Yeah, I'm not paying anything back. She even asked me about my dividend fund. And I'm just sitting up here like, I told her that when I get ready. Mm, 30 to cover the rent for May. last month, I told her in person that next week I will that I would pay her $350 next week, and pay her is because my monthly payment for my cell phone came out an account. So I told her, I was a short. I told her I was $100 short. So I told her after pay her half of the rent for this month, I'll be able to pay her next month to cover for the rent of this month. This is like, staying in this house is like a prison, you know, and I mean, I can't really speak for other landlords because I don't know, but this one right here, she's crazy, and she just she just drives people away when she's not getting certain amounts of money, and then she absolutely think that rich people are going to be able to want to stay here. I don't know, because I don't know about you, but if I was rich, there's no way I would be trying to live in somebody else's house. But what she redeems as being rich is somebody who's working a good paying job. Well, as you already know, people in the medical field are getting laid off. People in high corporate jobs are getting laid off. 14 million Americans are getting laid off. And I've been saying this time and time again. And then she's sending a roommate down here to randomly knocking on doors and stuff. Just really don't make any sense. And then they just act as if like, you haven't said anything. Mm-hmm. And then she claims that she's suffering. I mean, as if like she's the only person in this world that are going through something. She ain't the only one that's suffering. Even people with jobs, we're still suffering. We're still going through. We're still dealing with, you know, your boss and whoever that pays you is cutting your hours. But they expect you to work all them hours of overtime. Picking up extra shifts won't even make any difference. You know what I'm saying? And I literally just communicated with this landlord yesterday. And she's sitting here acting like I ain't said anything. Then she gonna tell me, what are the landlords do you know that you can pay half rent or whatever? You don't know that. It could be some landlords way better than she is. That ain't got all that crazy debt. That ain't all under everything else. They probably got common sense to know that they can't just rely on rent money, that they gotta find some other income, some other source of income. Unlike her, she just relied on one source of income. Rent money alone is not going to help. And I get paid on the 25th. She talking about, oh, well, she's gonna help me on the 26th. Okay, well, good for her. It ain't about skin color anymore at this point. It's just survival of the fittest at this point. This place is a prison. I wouldn't even recommend anybody coming up here to live here. But then, out of the same breath, she tells me, let me know. Go and talk to somebody and, let them know if they're looking for a place to stay. Mm, let's see. My volume's already up. Yeah, my volume on my phone is to the max. I'm only just using my mobile phone, though. I probably need to switch over to my laptop, but it just don't make any sense. And even if everybody in this house was paying her, rent money alone is not going to help you, especially if you want to get other stuff done. You have to figure out a way. She's not going to do that. But then when I spoke with her about getting her husband to help her out, right? She kind of like made excuses about that. And then after talking to my mom about this, she's like, well, you know, she's sitting up there and she's like, well, I don't know. I would deal with my own people than dealing with white folks. It doesn't really matter at this point. Dealing with your own people is the worst ever because My uncle was the one that kicked me out. So it has gotten to the point where, yeah, sometimes I believe people want us to end up in a nut house with all the pressure and demands. Yeah, it feels like that. It really does. It really does feel like that. It really does. It really does. It's just ridiculous. You got too many people walking around the house. So, I know. The world wants you to pay bills and have very little left over, then repeat the cycle 30 days later. That's right. You're right. That's what America is. It is just, you're not really enjoying life. Paying bills is the only duty that you have. It is kind of, if you don't pay a certain bill at a certain amount of time, it's like a death sentence. It's like a life or death situation. Even if you are putting in the effort, it's still just not really, it just gets overlooked. That's all it is. That's all it is. People only care about what they trying to get. I can't even spell compensate. Yeah, I tried to stay ahead of my bills to give myself a little breathing room. Yeah, that's what I try to do too. I even thought about paying for this month. Well, after I get this month paid, because next month I got to pay her the other half of this month. I thought about paying for this month and for the month of August, just so that I can be ahead. But if she gonna turn this into an Airbnb, that's just defeating the whole purpose. That's just defeating the whole purpose. And I like to pay my bills. And then she's saying that I should get another job, but my thing is, it's like you already got jobs that are rejecting people and laying them off. So how the hell you gonna get another job? I even tried to. apply for Walmart a month ago, and they turned me down. So at Walmart used to always hire, but they're not anymore. They're being selective of who they want. And since I'm already working 4 days a week, it ain't gonna do no good to get a second job because then I gotta work more than just 3 days out of the week. And see, if I'm working part time on any job, you gotta have at least 36 hours or 6 hours at least. And that's like 4 days, maybe three, depending on what job it is. And usually in retail, usually you can work three, but you have to have off days in there somewhere. I tried telling her that I spoke with her yesterday, and she 1 minute is okay with it, and the next minute, and the next minute, she just acts like, what time of the month? She does not she does not specify a time of the month. She just, okay, yes, and Actually, now that I think about it, I ain't gonna tell her all that. Yeah, it ain't like I'm gonna be here for that long anyway. Shit. Um, yeah, well, I told her I do not want to did not want to deal with him anymore. Plus, I have a job and it makes no sense going 20 minutes away for another job. And it makes no sense just to be kicked out again. Believe it or not, I'm doing my best. I really am. And then she's telling me, you know, I need to get it together because it's going to get cold soon outside and it's not an option. It's nice weather now because Alaska, it gets cold, real cold, especially in the garage. So that ain't happening. I ain't staying in no garage. That ain't happening. Yeah, I mean, paying your bills is like a life or a death sentence. See, if I only had enough subscribers and if I had super chat at least, I'll have something at least. It would be better if I got monetized, but that is going to take some time. And then even if I get the subscribers, I got to get the watch hours, and that ain't going to be easy either. See, if I had YouTube income, that would help me out a whole lot. On top of, I hate to say it, working a job, but that would help me out a whole lot. Because I don't really spend money on much, really. All I do is just put it in investment, only get stuff that I need. So I'm not really doing much with the damn money. It is crazy. Yeah, she got her son sleeping in the garage. And she's trying to get me to go sleep in there with her, with him. I'm not doing that. And then when I talk to my mom about it, she making it seem like I'm not even trying to pay this lady the rent. No, she said that she said the rent is cheaper living in the garage. But she got all that stuff in there. How the hell you gonna put somebody else in the garage? And I'm not gonna be sitting in nobody's garage. Hell no. Hello, Jesse. And no goofiness. No, she doesn't. She pays him to do certain things around the house, and she treats him like a son husband. Then she got other roommates talking about how retarded he is and how she wish he would break his neck, bury both him and her dog. She talked bad about her own son too. Even had the roommates to vote who she want to be kicked out. Who do they think? Yeah. And the fact that she put her own son on the list, that says a lot about her. I'm telling you. She even talked about how she used to kick her son out on the streets, as if it's a badge of honor to kick a son out on the streets. And she never was involved in this man's life. And she treated him like a son husband. I'm telling you, it's bad over here. And she's not even doing things legally. That's the thing. And then my mother was asking me, like, does she have a specific day or what time of the month do you have to pay? Well, she didn't give it. She just wants it to be paid in full for the month. She's doing everything legally. Yeah, I'm telling you, she is a thorn in my side. And then she leaves all these crazy text messages harassing me, even when we already communicated. And I told this lady that I would pay her next week. It'll be half of the rent, but it'll be something. Then July comes in on the 2nd, which is I get paid again because my job is weird of the way they pay folks. I pay her this, and that covers the June rent. All I want to do, and this is the reason, I'm not saying I'm trying to use YouTube as a get rich quick scheme or nothing like that, but this is another reason why I started YouTube selling t shirts, doing other good stuff, because I'm trying to make some money doing this too. And I'm treating it like a business because YouTube is a business. And if I get monetized and get it, even if it ain't but like $300 or something like that, at least it'll be something to help me out. At least I know that I can get some income source coming in. Then I can get out of this mess that I'm dealing with. But, when you're doing content, it's not as easy as you think. I mean, it could be used. You could do it for a hobby. And I enjoy doing this. Just sitting here chilling and talking. Yeah, I'm telling you, it is when I tell you it is crazy, it is crazy. And you already heard some of the audio and the way she act. You already know. There have been many times she would lock the door to the house and I would get locked out. Even though I'm paying rent, she still locked me out of the house. I did a YouTube short about it. I did a YouTube short about it. There have been times that I sat here 3 months. I went from March to the month of May with no food to eat. And all I had was water because I went broke trying to pay her. I even took a loan out of $800 that I still got to pay back. Paid her 600 of that loan. Even went so far as to having other people that I don't even know from a can of paint that are giving me money so I can pay her. I even got a friend that gave me $430 of his money just so that I can pay her for rent. You see what I'm saying? Majority of the people on this platform that make good money have been doing it for 10 years. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. And I think it just varies from person to person anyway. Because if I were to say, hey, hit the Cash App or buy some of my merch, I'm really trying to do this, I'm trying to do that, you'll get messages like, oh, well, he just begging. Oh, well, he just begging. He's begging. Don't give him anything. He is just begging. You know? He is just begging. Don't do anything for him. Then when you're trying to help people, you get known as a scammer. You get told that you read at a ninth grade level. Tell me, it's hard to get support. I done seen other bigger YouTubers, they don't even support them. I do this and I enjoy it, but I'm also treating it like a business. I did YouTube shorts showcasing the city of Alaska, showcasing the mountains. I done did everything. I done showcased crazy stuff that happens here in Alaska. And you would think, oh, maybe I'll get something out of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you do. Internet haters. You got to deal with it. It takes some tough skin to deal with this. It does. Just like when I had to deal with, I don't know who that other person was, but had to deal with it. I think it was Alter King or something like that. When I was talking about the dating scene, and Jalen was like, "Oh, well, you ain't got no game." And then it went into, "Oh, you read at a ninth grade level, and you can't win an argument." Who says I was trying to win an argument? And who says that I read at a ninth grade level? And see, they look at because they observing me. Oh, okay, we're gonna take that and jump and jump across with it. So it's just like, and I enjoy YouTube. I enjoy making videos and talking about stuff. I really do. But, I had one scammer that does YouTube automation tell me that it's very easy to grow on YouTube. No, it's not. It's enjoyable. I enjoy it, but it ain't easy. It ain't easy to grow on YouTube. I've had some people that come in and say, "Oh, you know, um, I'll support you. What's your Cash App?" I tell them to click the link tree down below. You'll come across a Cash App QR code, and all you got to do is scan it, right? Then come to think of it, I think I did it. Didn't get no notification, nothing. So I'm just like, you said you did it, you think you did it, but I don't see it. So people will get over on you. And then it hit me. It's like, what's the point of even doing YouTube in the first place? And sometimes I always ask myself, like, why am I doing this? Even though I know why I'm doing it, but theoretically speaking, you just kind of digging into some rabbit holes and you can't hear anything. Yeah, that's crazy. Man, you got to deal with people like that. Even people that are working in cashiers are not getting paid much. They getting overworked. I done spoke to some cashiers at my job. They said they don't get paid enough for this. They're working, you know, since 9:30 all the way to 10 o'clock. They working. Wait a minute. They working 40 plus. They working 40 more than they working 40 plus hours a week. Some of them are working beyond 40 hours. They working on somebody else's day off because somebody else called out. And these people get burnt out on cashier. They got to deal with customers. They got coupons and they got this and they trying to finagle the price so that they can afford something. Then they got it to where it's like they got it to a point where you got to put some back. The customer got to put an item back, a few items back because they can't even afford it. You know what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous. And she's acting like this on a weekend. On a weekend. And you know how people say she made a statement talking about I keep the Sabbath. Okay, if you keeping the Sabbath, what the hell are you doing? Got somebody up here fixing stuff. Over here sending me a long wall text. I'm not reading that. If she got something to say it in my face. Why you got somebody else over there working on something in the back? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's the weekend. And then, according to what she said, they don't get paid until Monday. So that's next week. So you should be expecting to get something next week. But if you're just sending me a long wall text message to take your frustrations out of why I didn't pay when I've already told you what was going on, and you just sit up here and act as if like I ain't told you nothing, because I pay my rent and I like to pay my bills. Yeah, exactly. That's what these jobs are designed to do, to underpay you and overwork you. You can work two jobs. I mean, you'll get some decent money out of it, but it's sad that you have to work more than one job just to do it. If I'm going to work a second job, I might as well just do content creation. I'd rather do that than to work another second job. I tried that before. It burnt me out. I used to work for Securitas before I got fired for some bull crap I didn't do. It burnt me out. And I'm just like, I can't do this no more. And I'm not talking to her about that because I just told my mom on Messenger. I told her she's trying to get me to see if I can pay weekly. I'm not doing that. And even when I was fixing it to where I was paying half, she said, thanks, it helps. Then she starts talking and talking about other stuff. Now all of a sudden she's saying it ain't working for her. Now all of a sudden she now coming back saying, "Oh, you see how she's double dutching? She's like Super Mario jumping over everything." I'm still going to another state though. I ain't coming back up here because there's not any job opportunities up here. I even tried to apply for a few jobs at the slope. Chaos, ignore that woman. Ultra instinct. Yeah, I have to. But when she starts sending these text messages, I mean, it don't really bother me because it's like I already discussed with her about that yesterday, and she just act like I haven't told her anything. Then talking about some she tired of not knowing when she gonna get paid. I just told you. You know, she crazy. So what I did is I blocked her number because I don't need her to be sending me crazy messages to deal with that foolishness. That's how I do it. And you know the fascinating thing is about blocking somebody on your phone? They won't even know that you blocked them. It'll just be text messages. They'll send it. It'll send. But it ain't gonna get to me. But see, right now, if I can get this channel monetized, which I am, why is this fly flying around all over the place? I don't like it when flies are up in here though. I'll be good. Not saying I'm doing this as a get rich quick scheme, but I've been putting in work. I do more live streams than I do videos. And half of the time when I do videos, it's like I don't even know what to talk about. It's too much foolishness going on in the house. It really is. It really is. She even said to have a visit over, you have to pay her 26. I think it's 26 or $25. I think it was 26. She done had this dude had the other person that was here had some chick over, and boy, I tell you, he was blowing her back out. And I'm just sitting up here listening to this stuff like. Then she got some other chick named Sasha brought some dude over here, and then she asked me, "Do you think he's cute?" She's asking me that, not the roommate, but the landlord. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm the wrong person. You should be asking that. Bet you she ain't had to pay nothing. It's like everything you try to do in this house is a charge. That's what America is. It's a charge in everything. It's a charge to breathe. It's a charge to walk. It's a charge to speak. It's a charge to do everything. This country is literally a slave working country. And yet, a lot of foreigners that come to America, they think that they're going to be getting a lot of opportunities. Of course, they are, but there's no guarantee. And then, if you got so many layoffs in these high end paying companies, especially in the gaming industry and other places, what does that say about the jobs at the bottom? Being replaced with AI, there's data centers everywhere. You know what I'm saying? But you got Americans that are just too oblivious to that type of stuff because they don't care. They just want what they want. And then if they can't get what they want, then they'll stab the next person to get what they want. That's all it is in America. That's all they are. It is. It's way too much foolishness. You got drug addicts coming in here, fights going on upstairs, people out there smoking marijuana in the backyard, and I can smell it through the window and it gives me a headache. It's just too much. Then you're living in an area where you got child predators, women and men going missing. Too much going on up here. It is too much. Then she telling me that she had some native dude that she had staying over here walking around at night with knives in his hand. I'm just like, this is crazy. She tried to get me to switch rooms. I said, no, I'm staying right here until the day when I move out. I'm not putting myself in no more situations than I have to be. I'm not putting myself in a situation that I don't have to put myself in. Jalen, how have you ever thought about a job in law enforcement? Actually, Jalen, I am so glad you brought that up because you know what? I did apply for job for law enforcement. I got turned down on that job too. First, when I applied, they told me that I had to reapply because I wasn't able to make it on the day that I was supposed to show up, right? So I called to let them know my situation, and they told me to come in, and I had to do the exercise training and everything. Then I got told to reapply because there's another hiring cycle. They waited until in the middle of 2020, I think it was like around the towards almost the end of February. And by that time, I already found another job somewhere else. So that didn't work out. I applied for TSA, gave them everything. This is the one here in Alaska. Gave them everything that they asked for. And they still turned me down. I apply for a lot of these. These jobs are level entry jobs. Even police law enforcement, it's a level entry job. And the salary they start up here, I think it's around, I'd say it's like $52 an hour. A correction officer, which is the job that I took a 18-hour flight to get here to take, they pay their starting salary, I think it's around 25 an hour, 25 or 30 an hour. Hmm. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stuff going on. Detroit, Michigan. I heard a lot of stuff going on in Washington. I heard a lot of stuff going on in Illinois too. But me, I don't know if I want to deal with all of that. I was thinking of when I go to another state, I'm probably just gonna go back to working at Amazon because I worked there for 3 years. So I might go and do that, or I can go back and work at Mercedes. And I was getting paid pretty good money too. But see, with stuff like that, they're gonna require references. That's gonna require with jobs like that, that's gonna require references that I don't even have. Because most of my jobs were basically factory jobs. And you don't even know who's who on these jobs when it comes to factory. My son told me today that he goes Tuesday for border control training. Oh, hey, tell your son that's a congratulations. Because I think with those jobs, you're going to also need a notary, and you got to pay for that. And then you got to have professional references for the most part. Because I know here in Alaska, they ask for a lot of references, especially with jobs like that. And then they take you in for training, they interview you, and then you got to figure out what are some of the places you stayed for the last 5 or 10 years. And then you have to have a selective service document. That's a lot of stuff they gonna need. Not that it's difficult to get in, but there's a lot that you have. And I think it's a test that you gotta take. Or I'm thinking of Homeland Security. I'm thinking of Homeland Security than the police border control patrol. Mm, okay. That's what's up. I wish they did that here in Alaska. Because they don't do that here in Alaska. You gotta have a notary. That's expensive. You have to have at least 3 professional references. They gonna want everything before they even let you in the door. I'm telling you. They're gonna make you fill out an F3 form that's dealing with your personal information. They're gonna want to know your financial information. That's what they're gonna look at. And that's what that big, you remember that big and beautiful bill that just passed? That's what that's for. Instead of they looking at targeting financial history records now. Usually they weren't doing that, but that's what they're doing. And that's what they're doing. Yep, that's what they're doing. But that's good. Mm. Yeah, there's a lot of positions that are hiring for Amazon because I used to work at an Amazon fulfillment center. But see, what Amazon try to do is they are replacing or transferring different people over from other locations too, especially from different states. They are hiring like crazy. And then the way they do their interviews, they do it by the STAR format, which is situation, task, action, and result. That's the STAR format. Time I was there. Stay. I mean, but people here smoke it, but I'm smelling it and it gives me a headache because my body ain't used to that, you know? But yeah, Jalen, they hiring. And then but here's the thing, Jalen, because I know this because I used to work at Amazon Fulfillment Center. I used to work at the one in the state of Alabama for 2 years, for two peak seasons. And the job is easy. The problem is the hours of staying there. They got RT shift where you're working 12 hours for 3 days a week and you're off 4 days. They have front half days where you can work from 6 o'clock in the morning all the way to like 4:30 in the evening. Then they got front half nights where you starting out at 6 o'clock at night all the way to like 5:30 in the morning, depending on what department you in. If you in outbound, you start at 6:30 and you get off a little bit late because inbound stow they get off at 4:30. So inbound gets off before outbound gets off. Outbound gets off 30 minutes later. Inbound gets off 30 minutes early. At least that's the way I thought that they're doing it now. And anybody that has a college degree, a bachelor's degree, they are throwing these jobs like hotcakes left and right. And half of these people, they don't know anything. They don't know how to work the floor. They don't even they have degrees in other training aspects, but they don't even know how to do anything. What's worse, Jalen, is when I was there, I transferred over to outbound because I got tired of inbound stuff. I got tired of dealing with boxes and stuff because they got the floors section out, right? So they got the 400 side, which is the side they got an elevator and stuff. Then they got that long side is the 300 side. Around that corner is the 200 side. On that side is the 100 side. And I used to work for Amnesty. That's how I know about this stuff. I even got a photo to prove to you that I actually did. I gotta find it. It's in the Facebook Messenger somewhere. But um, okay, Jalen reads, yeah, stay out of the way. It is a circus over there. She was telling me the trucks came back smelling like weed. She was even said people be calling and complaining out their packages smell like weed. You guys can't even stop for 8 hours. Well, there's a lot of that going on here. It's too many people smoking weed here in the backyard, and it gives me a headache. But she was telling me they can't keep workers because they don't want to stay off the weed. Oh, oh, yeah. I kind of heard rumors that Amazon. I kind of heard rumors that Amazon was allowing people to smoke weed on campus. That was the biggest mistake that Amazon did. Yeah, that's crazy. And the weed they have now is highly addictive. Addiction. Highly addiction is a serious thing. It is. It is a very serious thing. It is a very serious thing. It is a very serious thing. They can't even stay off of it. You know, it's crazy that Amazon allowed it in the first place. I don't know what that is, Bendy, but I don't know what you mean. Yeah, that's crazy. The weed, yeah, it's addictive, OG. It's so addictive they can't even stay off of it. It's like masturbation. Once you stroking your mushroom tip, it's hard to stop. Shout out to the Hodge twins. It's like masturbating to porn. And masturbation is addictive. I'm just keeping it real. I ain't trying to go down any rabbit holes, but that's that's how strong weed is. It only takes one. You'd be like, I gotta have some more. That's all it takes. Just one sip, just one hit. Just get one hit. Be like, they be gagging and stuff. They be, and then they be looking at you like, yeah, that's the good stuff. It's addictive. And see, here's the thing, guys. It's like, just imagine you have to go to work every day at Amazon, smelling all the aftermaths of all that weed they smoking. And then they come back smelling like weed. They probably they probably putting some weed in cupcakes and muffins. That's probably what they doing. If they ain't smoking it outside, they putting it in the muffins. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They be putting some cupcakes and everything in the muffins and brownies and stuff. I be knowing what's going on. Oh yeah, that's because today's weed isn't harvested today. Weed is produced. That's facts, Jalen. You're right. It's facts. They just upgrading on the weed. Nothing is natural anymore. And then you shouldn't be doing weed anyway. Because it's not really good for your body anyway. Because you get green rings around your teeth. Your teeth will start breaking out. It's not a drug, but it can kill you too. And the thing is, some of the people, when it's time to go to break, every Amazon fulfillment center is 5 football fields long. The parking lot is just as long, even a little bit more longer than the Amazon facility itself. And what's happening right now is the fact that, um, and what's happening right now, if since they're allowing it, it's getting worse. And it's really bad for business because you got people coming in smelling like weed. And that stuff stinks. It don't smell good. It smell like a skunk just laid a bomb on somebody. I got to deal with a coworker at my current job smelling musky. And he tried to put cologne on all over his clothes. That smells like he put too much cologne on. And then you also got to look at it too. There's a lot of LGBTQIA in Amazon too. Because I asked HR one time at Amazon, I said, uh, about that. She said, well, we're just trying to support, we support everything. We support as much of the LGBTQIA as we possibly can. Now, I ain't got nothing against the LGBTQIA, although I don't agree with it. But, you know, I heard some people got rolled up because some dude went into the female's bathroom. And this man, and I heard that he was pissing like a dude, even though he is a dude, but I don't understand. Back in the day, it took 8 to 12 months to grow a crop. Yeah, especially weed, opium. Used to have it in the basement growing because what they put in the soil, yeah. But now they ain't doing it no more. They got technology now. They got technology now. Yep. Yep. I agree with you, Jalen. They ain't doing it no more. I mean, if they're gonna allow people to smoke marijuana at Amazon, they might as well just go ahead and allow it, period. At this point, I just this is crazy. And I used to work at Amazon, so I know about all of this. I used to work at Amazon for 3 years. I mean, 2 years. And the management in most of these places are bad. There are more people working on morning shift than they do night shift. And half of them will stand up there with their computers, the area managers, and you looking at them like, why is they standing there? Then if you leave from your station to go to the restroom and you don't come back, you get uh TOT, which means time off task. And if you get too much of it, you get a write up. And TOT is when you're away from your station for long periods of time. And then what's worse about what I didn't like about Amazon is when it's time for your break, they used to break it up. They used to do 15 minutes, then your 30 minutes. Then they do another 15 minute, and then do another 30 minute, and they come back, right? Another 15 minute, and then you go back. Now they got it to where they put the 2 15 minutes together, which means you're taking two 30 minute breaks. Two 30 minute breaks. And they changed it to where instead of you taking your break from 10:30 all the way to 11 or whatever shift, I'm looking at it from RT shift because I used to work 12-hour shift. The way they're looking at it is when you work or take your break, sorry about that. When you take your break at 9:30, then you have to come back at 10 o'clock. You have to make sure that you not only hit the clock about 2 minutes before, but you also have to scan your first item at the time before you on your first item before you do anything. You have to make sure that you scan your first item when you sign into your station. Because if you don't, they'll write you up for that. When you're getting ready to clock out for your 30-minute break, you got to make sure that you scan your last item before or 2 minutes before, 3 or 2 minutes before. If you do that, if you don't do that, they'll write you up for that as well. That's the kind of crazy part about it. Now, unless that's changed since since I haven't been working at Amazon, that's what's happening today. That's the rule and that's the way they got it set up. Unless that's changed. You're okay, let's see. Jayla reads, you were right about the restroom situation. A lot of states are forcing business schools and restaurants to offer alternative bathrooms. That why some people not offering a restroom anymore. Yeah, what they should do if they were gonna do something like that, they need to have a binary restroom that is strictly for people who think that they're asexual or who think that they're a girl or who think that they're a dude. They need to have a binary restroom strictly for those. Cause I don't want to be going into the restroom and I'm thinking, hey yo man, what's going on? I'm turning around, that's a damn chick. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. And I'm gonna tell you this too. Yeah, but And then I don't even know what I was talking about. But I knew though, I do know this much. Even if you, let's say for instance, because I'm gonna tell you the positions they got there. If you signed up to work for Amazon today, they changed it. They probably call it associates production or operator or something like that. They'll start you out, depending on what state you at, they'll start you out at probably 15, $16 an hour, right? And you get paid weekly. More than likely, they're gonna send you to inbound. Inbound is when the positions they have there, they have problem solve. Well, okay. So the way they do their positions at Amazon is they have direct roles and indirect roles. So the direct roles is accounting, counting where you're counting items in each pod. They got stowing where you're scanning an item from the totes and then you have to put it in the right size bin. They also have uh what's the name of that other station? It is a station they call I can't remember what station that is. Pick. And I'm gonna show you a clip one day, one of these streams. Not today, but it was a clip that I saved of me working at Amazon back in I think it was 2023. Yeah, it ain't hitting for me. It really isn't. It's not hitting it. I do love the cold weather. I like the mountains. The wildlife is nice. The weather is nice, and I got a chance to meet like different people. But the people here, it's just they're. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's worse everywhere else, but here in Alaska, it is like ultra instinct worse. I don't like the people here. And I've been catching hell ever since I came up here. But but that will change real soon. Um so the station at Amazon is called picking. So what you're doing with that job is you're taking items out of the pod and you're putting them into the tote. Whatever the computer says of whatever item that you're putting in there. Then the next one, now you work at the docks. That's another one. And did I leave anything out? I don't think so. There's sorting. Sorting is another job. What you're doing is you're just looking through and you're just, I don't know the job as in its entirely, but you're kind of sorting out items to make sure that some of the items are good to go, making sure that there's no damages or anything like that. And and then if you go to outbound. Outbound is easier than inbound because all you're doing is you scan an item, it tells you what size box to pick. You're going to use the tape printer. It's like a tape printer, and you have to fill the little tank with water, and you sit it on that printer. So whatever letter that box have, you have to hit that, and it prints out these Amazon tapes, and they have to damp it a little bit just so that it can go on the box. That's how they do their orders. And it's fast paced, so they go by rate. Inbound, out inbound, they go by your tack time. So the more items you scan when you're stowing, there's like this green screen, and they got this computer, and then they also got another monitor screen. They call it like the some sort of games where the more items you stow, the more you'll get yourself up to first place, second place, all that stuff, right? It's like a competition thing. And the more items you stow, the lower your tag time goes. That's good. But the less items you stow, the higher your tag time is. And then that's when they start talking to you about, hey, we need you to get, you know, try to work with you, whatever. Try to offer some, at least they do that. Um, so in outbound, all you're doing is you scan the item, you put it in a box, you put some wrap in there, you close the box, and then you put the tape around it, you put it on the conveyor belt, and then keep on going. Now, sometimes you're dealing with master packs. So there's master packs, and then there's packs that you can just tear open. So those are the tricky ones. When you're getting like items that requires like electric or tech, they have these stickers. They're like electricity stickers. You probably seen them when you get like items and stuff in a box from Amazon. They got those that electronic sticker with the battery on it and all that other stuff. So those stickers, if you got like, let's say you have a 150-inch box. A 150-inch box is like this. It's like a rectangular shape. You're gonna turn it over, and you're gonna put the sticker on this side, on the opening side, and then put it into the conveyor belt. And then there's the spoof sticker that you get, and you gotta scan that, and there's a bracket on the box. And you have to if it's a taller box, you have to put it on its side. Then there's pack. They call it packing. Basically, instead of you putting items in a box, you're putting items in a bag, in one of them Amazon Jiffy bags. It'll have PM7, or it'll have PM3, or it'll have 2, right? and then you take the silver strip off of it and you flip it, and then you get the printer. They print out the sticker that you got to put in. They have the buyer's address and everything. What's going on, Gary? What's up? And then what they do is they'll put that into you put that on the bag, and then you just throw it into the conveyor belt. Real easy. The next one, we call it uh AFE. Okay. So AFE is basically a chute. Okay, so when you get signed to a station, you'll have a blue badge. They take your name and they turn it into a username. Okay, it's pretty cool how they do it. And so once you do that, you're going to take that badge and scan your badge. And what it does is it'll assign you to a color. Each chute, which is the big wall, and each chute it has different colors, right? Now, in this station, instead of you packing one item in the bag and one item in the box, now you're doing both stations at one time. You're not only putting items in the bag, but you're also putting items in the box. And you're not just putting one item, you're putting more than one item in the box. Sometimes it'll be three to the max that I've put in is probably like 270 items in a 298 size box. And usually there'll be like headsets for work, for businesses and companies. It'll be like, along with some other stuff. The busiest times at Amazon is peak season. So peak season is around like December when everybody's ordering stuff from Christmas, off Amazon. I've packed up Xbox. I done packed up Nintendo Switch OLED systems. I done packed up a lot of different systems, a lot of different stuff. And what's worse, remember when I talked y'all about the school systems? So in the school systems, they have so when I was packing these items, I saw a book during my time at Amazon, and it was called The Gay BCs for little kids. The Gay BCs. And if you don't believe me, look it up on Amazon. I literally saw this book in my hands. I was like, wow, this is crazy. But anyway, so peak season is like the busiest time of the year because um you're working twice as more hours than you would normally work. So like for me being an RT shift working 12 hours, you're working plus more than 12 hours. So they might reschedule your schedule. And the way you could tell that, they have this app that you can download called uh Amazon. I don't know. They had this app. Yeah, I'm always open for uh greetings, cuz a change of scenery, cuz Alaska ain't doing it. Okay, so the app they want you to download is Amazon A to Z. So when you download it and you open it up, it'll have your schedule, it'll have what time, and then oftentimes they'll put in some overtime, some extra shifts in there, right? That you can work, and then you just put it on your off days and you can work that. So that's how they do that. Um, it's like your whole HR slash what schedule you're gonna be working. Um, Let me see. Now, for the indirect roles, okay? So the indirect roles is like problem solve. So problem solve is where you're going through different stations. It's different in outbound than it is for inbound. For inbound, you have to scan the items and then you print out a sticker. Sometimes you can't find out what item it is. So you gotta type in, there's a sticker and it's got number on it. And then you gotta type in that number, find out what item it is, re-sticker it and put it back into there, and then that's it. And it's also fast paced. So then there's that. And then there's not only problem solve, but there's amnesty. Amnesty is a floor monitor position. It's like they have these people that wear these blue vests and they got the blinking light bulb at the back. And they got like some kind of bowl that sits here and it's got the other side is blue and the other side is orange. So like when you turn it 1 minute to the orange, it activates the vest. And what that is used is people go out on the AR floor where all of the robots with the pods are moving around, and it's designed to stop the pods from running, which is protects you from getting run over by those machines that's running around outside of the in the AR floor, right? Which people do a double safety check just to make sure that when you go out there on the AR floor and these robots don't run you over. Because if your vest is not activated, if it's not 100% green, then you're going to get run over. So basically, the job is easy. You use a Kindle and you have to draw a path on this grid, and they have like these different pods lined up, and they call it the pod forms. And so uh, whatever path you draw, you have to move around to where that path is, and you have to go get whatever item. Sometimes you gotta fix whatever pod that's been tilted over, or sometimes a robot will end up in a position where it can't move because there's an item that's stuck underneath. So what we use is just like these plastic hook sticks, right? It's like a white plastic hook sticks, and you have to pull whatever it is while at the same time you're trying to pull the robot from underneath it, right? So that's the toughest part. Then you have to position it on the QR code there's these little QR codes on each of section of the floor. And you have to place them on there because remotely you're going to reactivate the robot so that it can start running again. But for it to start running again, you have to walk away from it. And then once it starts walking away, and once you walk away from it, let's say like about I would say 8 feet away, then it'll start working. It'll turn yellow, it'll start moving around, then it'll turn green, and then you're good to go. That's all you're doing. And you'll know because there's like these little, you ever look on the map on Google Maps and you see like this balloon target? Like it'll show you where you're at, but then like your destination will be like this little, it's like that little balloon sort of tic tac. That's the way it looks like on the Kindle when you're doing Amnesty. Um, Sometimes it's an easy job. It's really easy. It's an easy job. Um, and then we take our breaks. They take their breaks early before people in production take theirs. And then what we do is we go and we do like there's an app that they have called Minesweeper. And what that does is it you scan items that's hanging out of the bin and it sends messages to the managers, and then the managers they'll reveal the name of who stole that item in whatever bin, and they'll talk to that person. Whoever's there, thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is disgusting, OG. I know it is. It's trying to have men going into women bathrooms and dressed up like women is crazy. So yeah, the work is easy. Oh, so the next indirect role that they have is called it's called you can work as a learning ambassador. So in Amazon, I think most of the managers have already changed vests because they usually have a vest with red streaks coming from it. So the way that works is they changed the vests now to black and blue. Those are the area managers. We call them AM for short. Their job is basically, supervising the floor. So they are head of the process assistants. The process assistants are the ones with the yellow vests, with the vest with the yellow streaks or orange or yellow streaks on it. They are assistants for the managers. So they take care of mostly the heavy work. While the managers they go on meetings, they walk around and they only deal with certain other stuff. And a lot of people that got bachelor's degrees, even people that don't even that's not even suited to even work that job, most of them they get that job more than they get any others as long as they got a bachelor's degree. And half of the people that are in management, they they don't know how to run the floor. They don't know how to treat other employees right. All they know how to do is write people up for stupid stuff, for stuff that could have been talked out. And during my time working there was nice. Now they do rotate. So like if you work there for a while and let's just say you run out of work, they'll put you on another station or they'll wait until after break and they'll put you on another station or you just go to the same station. What I also notice is I don't know if they're still doing this. So a lot of people don't stay long, especially when it comes to inbound stuff, right? So even though that you switch departments, they'll still make you keep your they'll make you keep your permissions from the department that you used to work at. And sometimes they'll make you stow or go to picking just to so that you can keep your permissions just in case if they have people in inbound that quit or can't stay or don't stay long, they'll be using people in inbound, outbound as backup. It sucks, but I don't know if they're still doing that, but they're, it definitely does exist because I experienced it. Every time I get told, hey, go to Stowe. I'm like, man, I don't want to go to Stowe. It happens all the time. every time, every time. That's about all the indirect positions I can think of. They do got an IT position in Amazon. They got waste. I think like a waste position in Amazon. They got stuff like that, but those jobs are hard to get into. Those jobs are hard to get into. I've tried to get in as an AM position. I tried to get in as a PM PA position. I tried to get in as an HR position. And the lady that was there, she was just sitting up there like, well, I'm just gonna tell you, like, why do you want to work here? What made you want to go into HR? Because it's something new that I want to do. That's no different than somebody asking you, what made you want to work here? Why did you choose the job? I chose the job because I want to make some money. And I got tired of doing the same thing every day. And I want to do something different. But see, the thing is with HR, you got to fix people's schedules. People will come in and they start complaining. They'll start saying stuff like, I put in this day. And a lot of times, oh, and another thing I forgot to mention. So Amazon does, um, when you're trying to get, it's like, okay, so Amazon sometimes, like when things are getting slow, they do this thing called VOT, which is um, voluntary time, VTO. Oh, VTO, voluntary time off. And what that does is if you come in at, let's say your shift starts at 6:30, right? You come in at 6:30 and you start working. And about maybe after lunch, if they say, "Hey, you want to get VTO?" Then you say, "Yeah." So they're only going to pay you for the hours that you already worked. They're going to pay you for the hours you already worked. And you're only going to get paid for those hours. And that's how that works. That's how that works. Now, like I said, it's the job is not difficult. It's just so tiring because you're walking and then when it gets hot, oh my gosh, when it gets hot, it feels like you are in a furnace, especially if you're going upstairs. It is so hot in that place. Oh my goodness. It is so hot in that place around summertime, spring and summertime. and they play music at the front entrance of the Amazon building. And a lot of times, Amazon do like merch, they do merchandise and stuff like that. Now, there's also another position. I've never worked this position before, but I don't know. It's kind of like inbound, but it's called DCAN. And I don't know how that works. I never worked over there. But so the thing is that it's a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people get in trouble. They stealing Apple watches, not even knowing that they're stealing from customers. And this is way before it even got this bad. I have witnessed an old lady. She was a PA, and she was trying to steal Apple watches because she kept coming in with bags and stuff, a bunch of bags. And she was stealing a lot of Apple watches. I don't know what she needed with those Apple watches, but she stole a lot of product, Apple watches and some other Apple related products, I'm assuming. She lost her job, and she probably got arrested for that. Heard about another guy stole some Apple watches and Apple products. Because a lot of the items that we're boxing and that we're stowing are items that customers have bought off Amazon. And a lot of Amazon facilities has shut down because I don't know, there was something going on in the other state. Like they didn't have enough people to work those facilities. So what ended up happening was the one in Georgia, the state of Georgia shut down. And so the one in state of Georgia shut down, and then after it shut down, they started having another the state of Alabama was handling Georgia, the items from Georgia, and the items in the state of Alabama. And from what I'm hearing, they opening up new Amazon facilities in other places too. That's what I heard. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard. And yeah, it's crazy. But like I said, the job was not difficult. It's just, you're standing on your feet all day, every day. And there are times when you get so burnt out and so tired, just walking into that place and you're already tired. Now, from what I'm hearing, it's the security guards that are there. You have to wear steel toe boots. They're forcing people to wear steel toe boots, even though you're not dealing with anything but totes and items. And the reason they're forcing that is because there are people, this is stupid by the way, but there are people who work at their stations and they take their shoes off and they standing at their station with nothing but their socks and shoes on. And one of the toes fall and hit them. So then they decided, okay, for safety precautions, we're just gonna make everybody wear steel toe boots. And and that's what they wanted to do. Make everybody wear steel toe boots. So, and I'm gonna tell you right now, they have this thing where they have to get you to go to Zappos online, and you have to pick. They give you a certain amount of money where I think it's like $30, and you gotta find some shoes that have steel toe on them. If you're wearing any other shoes and they don't have steel toes on them, because they will check, and then sometimes the managers will stand there and they will check if you got steel toes on. And if you're not, they will send you back home to go find shoes that has steel toe, which is kind of stupid because you're not really carrying anything heavy. You're just carrying totes and items. That's all you're doing. You're not doing anything else. You're carrying totes, items, and boxes. That's it. But knowing Amazon, they just they just rationally start coming up with other stuff to do. They do this all the time. They come in and they do this all the time. And of course, they got gloves because they do require you to wear gloves. And I enjoyed it, but I got tired. Like, it was a lot of strain on my legs because I was standing like every day. I was constantly working overtime every day. I would probably work like one day out of the overtime, and then for the rest of the day, I'll just relax until I have to get up and do it again. And also, you do get a 5 minute grace period to clock back in and to clock out, which is they're probably not going to really tell you all that because because these corporations just want you to get on the floor and start working. That's what they want you to do. They want you to get up there and and that's with most of these jobs. They want you to get on the floor and start working. They're not going to tell you about no vacation time. They're not going to tell you, you know, how to look for your vacation time, your sick leave. Now, here's how this works. So, with the Amazon A to Z app, and Jalen, a lady that you know that works at HR knows this stuff. You use an app called Amazon A to Z. And with that app, you can check on there and see how much vacation time you get and everything. Now, this is something that they probably won't tell you when you start working at Amazon. So you have unpaid time and you have PTO and you have vacation. Okay. Now, how that works is so when you start your first day at Amazon, you got to be It's gonna take you if you're trying to okay. So the way it's set up is let's say you're working 12 hours, right? And you want to take um a week. So you got to so if you taking so basically 12 hours and you're working 3 days a week at Amazon, that's to call the RT shift. That is the overnight. And you get paid, I think, $2.50 because it's a shift premium because it's overnights. It's like the graveyard shift. They call it the RT shift. And you work only 36 hours, which is 12 hours, 36 days a week. 12 hours? No, that's not right. 36 hours. Yeah, that sounds about right because you're working 3 days, but you're working 12 hours a week. Yeah. So 3 days times 12. Yeah, that's right. 36. Yeah, 36, 36, 36 hours. Yeah, 36 hours. That sounds about right. And you want to take a vacation. Let's say you want to take an 8 hour vacation. You got to have enough for that. And then you got to calculate like how you can get from, especially if you want to take a whole month, that's going to require you to have, I guess, around 50 to almost 100 vacation hours. But it's unlimited to how many. But here's the thing with the vacation hours. The vacation doesn't change. What it is, because it takes every other month. It'll take you 6 months of your first date, you get some vacation time. Then from 6 months, uh it'll be 30 it'll be 30 days. Then it'll go from 30 days to 90 days, from 90 days to 60 days, not 60 days, 90 days plus. Then it'll go for a year. So every year you'll start getting accumulating more points. Now here's the trick that people not gonna tell you. And Jalen, the lady that you know that work at HR knows about this too. They know about everything when it comes to time and vacation times and stuff like that. Of course, because it's HR, it's human resources, right? So the way they do it is, um, you end up working, um, so your PTO, which is time that you get out, like if you want to take a couple of days or whatever, every year it rolls off and you got to start over again, and it doesn't carry over. So whatever hours you don't use, it goes on to your paycheck. But at the same time, your hours gonna be cut, and then you got to start all over. They'll start you over with like probably 30, because they reset your PTO. Let's say you got like 50 PTO time, right? And then they reset every year. They reset your PTO with uh back to its original, like probably 10 or whatever, 10 or 30 or 20. I don't know. But your unpaid time, nothing changes with that. And your vacation days, nothing changes with that. It's just your PTO that resets. The maximum of unpaid time that you can get is 80. It's 80. Also, if your unpaid time goes strictly down to zero, you get fired from Amazon. So you never want your unpaid time to go to the negative, because if you do, it goes to zero. You go negative, you get fired. So with the roles, especially the indirect roles, or you want to transfer departments, you have to be in good standing, of course. You have to have a certain amount of unpaid time. You have to have at least 10 or above. You have to have at least uh, maybe probably 11 PTO hours or higher. And that also plays into you switching over to a whole nother role within Amazon. And if you don't have the UPT or the PTO to cover that, to that is required for you to move to that position, then they're not going to recommend you for it. And that's how that works. I used to do everything at Amazon. I used to be a learning ambassador. Learning ambassadors teach people how to do their jobs. Like if you're in whatever department that you're in, I taught people how to stow. I was also part of the loss prevention team. I knew how to do everything at Amazon, right on down to boxing and packing, right on down to stowing. I knew how to do everything at Amazon. I was one of their best workers too. Yep. I've gotten a lot of awards for the work that I've done since being there. It's not a hard job. It's tiring because you're constantly on your feet every day. Mm-hmm. Yep, it is a job I used to work, and I used to work at Lear Corporation. It is a automotive seating company, a third party automotive seating company for Mercedes-Benz factory company. And I worked there for 3 years building seats for Mercedes, putting the phone, scanning the heater pad, putting the airbags into it. I did everything. I also worked as a quality inspector, making sure that there were no scratches, busted seam on the side of the seats where the airbags go, making sure that the trim wasn't ripped, made sure the right size headrest guide was in there. I made sure a lot of stuff, making sure it wasn't a material issue, everything. I did. I worked there for 3 years. I started in 2018 and I left that job at 2021. And then around that same year, I started working at Amazon and left there around, I would say, 2024. And then I just started focusing on my security job. And then as soon as I left Alabama, I went to California to see my mom at the time. And during that time, that's when I ended up no longer working for Allied Universal anymore. And that was back in 2024. Yep. So if y'all ever decide that you want to work for Amazon, just know that there's a lot of stuff that they won't tell you because their main focus is getting you out there. I'm so hungry right now. I think I'd probably eat some French fries or something. That's what I'm thinking about doing. But it's too late to cook now. Then again, I might end up just cooking now. Usually I would have my window open, but it's too many bugs and too much stuff going on. I don't like it all. I don't like a lot of bugs in this room. Yep. So, guys, I'm gonna call it a day, and I'll keep you guys in tune and what's going on for a second. Let's see something right quick. I gotta do this right quick. I'm gonna still do the T-shirt. I got a new T-shirt that I'm working on. It's gonna be released, and I'll put it in a YouTube post real soon. So hey, Jalen and OG, do you guys use Discord? If you guys do, then that'll be easier. Okay. Well, see, the reason I asked is because it'll be easier to make posts on Discord. It's a app it's really used for gamers, but it can also be used for other stuff too. And so I wanted to make one and try to get the people over there. But then, the people that are watching my content are like older people. I think they're around like probably from 30 to almost six, probably 60 that are watching my content. Anyway, I'll be back with another stream real soon. I just felt the need to make this one because this was kind of crazy, and I'm telling you, this place is a nut house. She's a nut herself, and it's just Alaska's just not doing it for me. It's just it's like no matter how it's just like being here in Alaska feels like no matter how hard you try, how hard you work, how many plans you try to implement to to help you succeed, it seems like it just seems like it becomes all for nothing. It becomes all for nothing. And I shouldn't even be up here in Alaska anyway because they don't hardly have any jobs here. There's barely any job opportunities here. At least the ones that I'm interested in anyway. They barely have anything. It's crazy. It is ridiculous. it's just not it's not the place for me because Alaska is just one of those places to where no matter how hard you try, it's like there's always going to be a stumbling block. There's always going to be something going on, and it never stops. It never ends. All right, guys. Thank you guys for the love and the likes. I'll be back next time. I probably post long form videos, but I'll be back next time.